Hey, Construct, how's it going? Good morning. What's up, Data? What's up, yo, over on Instagram? How's it going? Thanks for checking out the stream. Melon Lord, thanks for the likes. It's funny. All right. Let's go. First things first, let's get some paint on this page. Well, hey, I hope so. Yeah, good question. So, first thing I'm going to do, get some paint drying on these pages, then we're going to come up with an encounter or something made out of a couple of tables. We'll use a prompt to get there. Roll on those. I think I'll probably draw something up in here. Apparently on top of some fog gray and island blue. Maybe we need to start rolling on the colors. Some of those combinations would probably be cursed. But, you know, if you can roll on it, you should at least try, right? And after all of that is sorted out, I'm going to be trying to move to the illustration phase for the next edition of my zine, which all of this is kind of acts as fodder for, like inspiration for. Because I'm really close to having that one all wrapped. I've been working on it pretty seriously here for a couple weeks. This next one, it's been off and on, really. Like I've it's kind of been in the works, but I've recently kind of buckled down to try to figure out not only a way to get it, how to get it done, but how to more reliably get more of them done, because I've got so many ideas. So I'm excited for getting this one out, but also then continue to work that process that I think has been going pretty well for this one. Got some stray kind of pink colors in there. Hey, that's okay. Just adds character. But this will be these next two little books will just be the second set. I just have one out so far, which is the ones perched up here. Give them some screen time. yellow and orange books. So these are available now, print and digital, and they're monster and the yellow one's monster themed. The orange one is kind of strange encounter themed. And these next two books are magic item themed and character themed. So excited to try that out. I'm also excited to be on the 26th. Okay. All right. So right-hand side of the page means we roll on a right inside cover prompt. The D100 list that I made. Looks like we get a, what would that be? Is that a, 14. Jeez. Strength in numbers. Strength in numbers. Okay. Strength in numbers could be an army. You know, it's been a while since we've done a guild. Could certainly be a guild. Strength in numbers could be enemy forces, could be minions, you know. Maybe it's all of the above. That could be kind of interesting, I guess. Be interesting. Or just, they could just be unorganized masses. Okay. Got kind of an idea here. Something to yeah, the unorganized masses still absolutely have strength. Okay, let's just thinking of phrasing. Whoever. We shouldn't. Where was I? Okay. We've noticed more and more sightings of blank. Now, going off the prompt, strength in numbers. So probably people, creatures, types of people, something like that. So we've noticed more and more sightings of blank. Kobold herds. I like it. Ghouls. Oh. Extinct animals. Maybe we can combine those two ideas. Ghoulish, more and more sightings of ghoulish creatures. More and more sightings of, I mean, how about like passionate elderly, passionate elders. There we go. We've noticed more and more sightings of kobold herds, ghoulish creatures, passionate elders. Maybe like students or, you know, in thinking of like in training, acolytes. Initiates, maybe. Ooh, yeah, some sort of what's the right word for that? Is it just like maybe it's just initiates? Exactly, Melon. Oh, those acolyte youth initiates. I'm just gonna say young initiates. Data symbols of evil. I mean, people bearing marks. I think I might. Let's hold on that one. I like it though. We'll come back around to it. So, kobolds, ghoulish creatures, passionate elders, young initiates. Some sort of some sort of like cave dwellers, you know. Oh, okay, so moving away from like the people to like onyx spires. I mean, we could do some sort of a onyx element, some kind of more sightings of like animated stone, or I guess construct is usually what people say. more sightings of. Yeah, that makes sense. They would be. Hey, Todd. Crows. Attentive crows. Or, yeah, we'll say attentive. What kind of cave dwellers? Yeah. Yeah, we already have kobolds. Cave. More and more sightings of. We have stone elementals, so maybe some sort of maybe, cave like hermits, worms, writhing worms. Some. What's up, Scumbigula? Welcome to the stream. Sad children. Oh no. Sightings of sinkholes. Could have more and more sightings of. We've noticed more and more sightings of kobold hordes, ghoulish creatures, passionate elders, young initiates, stone elementals, attentive crows. Yep. Yeah, that's a good instinct for sure. There are, you could do 1,000 different monsters, but maybe something like statues, right? Something animated. Smoking, whispering. These are all good. These are all good. It's meant to invoke the feeling of strength in numbers. Well, strength in numbers is the prompt. That's just inspiration. We can take it wherever we might. All that I'm aiming for right now are sort of sentient things or things that can coordinate. Talking trees. Geological quantity and quantum physics as we know it. Yeah, you guys are getting a good head start on what I think the second list is going to be. So we have monster, ghoul, people, elemental, animal, tree. Maybe like a job, maybe like a group, a guild, not assassins, not farmers, maybe merchants, maybe tradespeople, giant insects, smaller than usual bugs. every size of bug arranged in ascending or descending value. Maybe the job they do is, you know, grave digging. Okay. But they're nervous. So we've noticed more and more sightings of all these strange groups, and they all seem obsessed with blank. So you guys have gotten a head start on this. They all seem obsessed with ominous sinkholes. Jordan, the local church. I like it. Spontaneous whispering geometry. Sorry, I'm still scrolling back through. Geological phenomenon. Bug's grave. The sunset, the waterways. They seem obsessed with, you know, is it caring for bees? I don't know if I can square that circle. Could definitely work with the geological, the whispering geometry. Curious, why do your texts have numbers by like number 2? I think it's TikTok trying to like rank people in chat. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, I don't know why they do that. It's not under my control though. Hey, Bruce. Good to see you. Miles got a one track mind this morning. I appreciate it. Onyx spires, catching fish, plants, a specific flower, ominous sinkholes, the local church, odd geometric shapes. They seem obsessed with. Say like. What's the right way to say this? Like, they're waiting on like specific instructions or like messages or like mail from the capital or something like that. Black ice, the mines, a temple atop the mountain. We can do the full moon. It's a good one. Official dictates. Ooh, official. Yeah, with like official correspondence, maybe. Or what does a town crier read off? Like I have here an official such and such from the crown, like that type of idea. There we go. Official decrees. Thanks, Alex. Yeah, proclamations would work there too, or edicts, official edicts. Signatures. What if they are particularly obsessed with like everyone's like daily schedule? What's up, Tag? Thanks for joining the stream. A specific pastry from the local bakery. I don't mind that idea. So let's do. Specific songs sung at the tavern. One particular song, maybe. Like a sea shanty or something like that. So a specific pastry. What would be the... Well, we have the local church. Maybe it's just good enough to say the local bakery. Hey, what's up, Wish? What's up, Kaludre? Kaludre? Something like that. Beignets. How about the local baker? A mundane book, like obsessive note taking. We kind of hit that with everyone's daily schedule, maybe. So they're all obsessed with ominous sinkholes, the local church, odd geometric shapes, the full moon, official decrees, everyone's daily schedule, the local bakery. Probably something. What about like the price of something? Hey, Frog. Could be like the price of, or like the. I think somebody said earlier, like the status of the mines, maybe. Or like the like the progress, I think. Influx of stray animals, trade goods. I'm thinking of they all seem obsessed with reopening the mine. There we go. Reopening the mines. That's what I want. And what's that? 2d8s. We're done, right? We're not done. Last one. Crucial. Important. Little die there. So we've noticed more and more sightings of these crazy crowds. They all seem obsessed with these anomalies. And we're just going to do a D4 list. They appear to work for blank. Yes, the formula is changing before our eyes. They seem to work for druids. They seem to work for no one. The mage. Hey, TCat over in Instagram. Sorry I missed your message. Appreciate that. The Witch of the Woods. All just the best high-ranking employers. The gods, the orphanage, demons, the baker. They appear to work for. So here's what I think I want to do. Because what we put here when we're rolling on all of these, it's going to slant in these different directions. So let's do something ostensibly bad. So I think working for a witch makes sense. That'd be bad. Well, probably. How about something probably clearly good? Maybe they're working for the gods, they're working for the council, the fake court. That'd probably be somewhere in the middle, right? They could be working for themselves. The 9 to 5, true. Paladins, some sort of good coded group. We'll figure it out. So they could be working for a witch. I'm gonna say they seem to be working for ugh. Knowing that it can color so many of these roles. Okay, well, we'll say the crown. They seem to be working for the king. Yeah, the mayor, the highwaymen. We've said like a couple here in here that are like working for themselves, working for like no one. I mean, it could be like a collective or like a hive mind, like they're working for one another. Just straight up gold, an oracle. So much tougher when it's only a D4. Maybe I'll make it a D6. Maybe it should be a D6. Cool. Thanks, Melon. You have a good one. They appear to work for a witch. They appear to work for a king. They appear to work for... Somebody said gold, or we said like money. Why not a D8 for the trifecta? It's very rare. It has happened. They work to restore balance. Ooh, they appear to work for the scavengers. I like that. They tend to work for scavengers. Could they work for like... What's the I can't remember the reference. There's a oh. This just shows my age, or maybe where my mind goes. It's so weird sometimes. There is a line toward the beginning of Who Framed Roger Rabbit when they're talking about the benefits of having all these tunes working for them. And the best thing about Dumbo is that he works for peanuts. So maybe they work for... We already have the witch, so... but like something inconsequential, right? Something that is like... Hey, Cloud. Hey, how's it going? It could be to bring a new era to... It's just praise. High marks. Okay, we got it. Thanks, Bruce. All right. Where are we? We're on Tuesday already. All right, let's roll these. Got a lot to roll on. See what we got. Helps if I'm rolling the right dice. So we've got the D6 roll. How about some D8s, Ryan? Hello. 7, 5, 1. We've noticed more and more sightings of talking trees. And they all seem obsessed with the official decrees. It's rhyming so far. And they appear to work for a witch. Talking trees working for a witch in the forest. Hey, what's up, Nat 20? And they are obsessed over official decrees. So to me, that sounds like a witch that's very concerned about what may or may not happen to her forest. What's up, All My Sty? Welcome to the channel. I appreciate that. Thanks for checking out the stream. Jordan, she could be checking her bounty. I was thinking that she's got the trees basically nervous and looking for any signs that the forest could be, in trouble. Could be at risk. A very Shrek moment, yeah. Alternatively, the trees are the witch has a plan for some officials coming to town, and the trees are just kind of keeping an eye on official itineraries for her. Let's see. So we got a 3-1-3. We've noticed more and more sightings of passionate elders, and they all seem obsessed with these ominous sinkholes. And they appear to work for scavengers. Okay. Got the elderly working for scavengers. The witch is going to sell her forest betraying the trees. She could. Okay, so these elders working for scavengers and this sinkhole. This is like a garage sale nightmare. This is like these folks are on a mission, gathering all sorts of things, selling them to scavengers, right? This is like Facebook Marketplace meets our little fantasy town. So much so that it's like, wait, so they're even they want to go dig in the sinkholes. Those sinkholes, there were spiders giant spiders coming out of those things. It's like, yeah, well, they're determined. They're arming up right now. They figure, why do all the digging? They just need to lower each other down into that. So we should probably send some folks down with lanterns and some proper weapons. They're gonna need defended. Hey, it's a good opening. I like to keep the stakes small. It's like we need young adventurers, not to clear out rats from the tavern. The tavern's fine. But all of our grandparents are headed down into a cave, determined to find valuable trinkets, and we need you to head down there with them. All right, so we can do 1, 4. I'm going to re-roll to a 6. Okay. We've noticed more and more sightings of kobold herds. And they all seem obsessed with the full moon. They appear to be working for the prophecy, or toward the prophecy in this case. So we've got kobolds watching for the full moon in regards to a specific prophecy. So some sort of night dragon, some sort of moon dragon. I mean, they're kobolds. They got to be summoning a dragon, right? That's how that always goes. Yeah. Probably maybe like the rebirth of a dragon, even. Yeah, like a shadow dragon, really any, or maybe many dragons, right? I could imagine it's like, well, because we've noticed more and more sightings, like maybe all over, every region has reports of these kobolds gathering. It's like these are all like they've traveled and they've gathered from different. It's like because many dragons will be rising up at the same time. Kobolds believe the night worm will come to liberate the area from the witch and her meddling trees. Yeah, all of these, everything we've rolled is we're world building one little town with it's just chaotic energy everywhere. Wish an egg supposed to hatch? Yeah, I like that too. They're responsible for the sinkholes. It's all connected. It's all connected. I'm gonna re-roll the 1 and the 3. Take the 4. Go 4 and 3. We've noticed more and more sightings of young initiates, and they all seem obsessed with these odd geometric shapes. They appear to work for the Hunters Guild. So why would the Hunters Guild have these young initiate hunters obsessing over these shapes? Jordan, they're doing dark magic. They're definitely trying to solve something. They're definitely trying. They're trying to piece together. Now I'm thinking, okay, this is like it's like a large scale. Not a large scale, because Fifth Element was about as large as you can get, a big space story. But it's like a Fifth Element thing where they're trying to find these very specific relics, and they could be impossible to find. But if they have enough of these initiates, they've they're paying them nothing. They all want to join the guild, and they've effectively they've quadranted. They've created like a whole system where they're each scouring different parts of the region, in the hills and in the mountains and the forest. Like they've all got their specific zones to search through, and they're marking the land and basically just doing this big kind of dragnet trying to find these items. And it's up in the air. It could be for good or it could be for bad, right? Maybe it's to stop something bad from happening. They could be going against each other and searching for specific shapes. Oh. It could be like a game, right? It could be like, this is how they've begun. This is the competition that they use to see who joins. Take a 5. Take a 7. 7 and a 7. 7, 7, 5. We've noticed more and more sightings of... Oh, nope. 7's no good for the first. 4's no good. 5's okay. Notice more and more sightings of these stone elementals. And they all seem obsessed with the local baker. Love it. They appear to be working for a voice in their heads. So that new guy that came to town, right? We don't really know much about his past, but he's been baking those croissants. He's been baking, all this stuff, and hasn't it been really strange that all these stone creatures have been, it's like they're his mascots, they're directing traffic that way. Do we know if he had any sort of experience conjuring? Is he manifesting these things, or maybe he's controlling them? Because what do they have to do with? What do they care? Hey, Cannon. What's up, Tess? The voice in their heads is the stone in the oven, crying out in pain and confusion. They don't even know the baker has the stone. Yeah, you guys are probably right. You guys, Jordan and TikTok and All My Sty and YouTube, you guys both They're just concerned about they're just concerned for the oven. Yeah. I just met the stone elementals gathering outside of town. They're like, just send out the baker and we'll leave the town alone. We must end this madness. We must end it now. So we have a 6 and so many 3s. Can't do that. I can do that, I think. 683. We've noticed more and more sightings of attentive crows. They all seem obsessed with reopening the mines. And they seem to be working for, well, I've hit almost all of these except for, here we'll say, because I want to hit all of these at least once. The king. So we've got attentive crows obsessed with reopening the mines. They seem to work for the king. Don't you just hate it when the feds show up looking over your shoulder, especially when in this case the feds are the, team of a bunch of wares or like, druids working for the crown saying, hey, isn't it about time we got these permits signed, chop chop back in the mines with you all? Or the Mind Flayer King. That's a good idea. They do crave the mines. The children do. King needs money from this place. His court wizard has his eyes on the mine. Yeah, they could be the crows are like manifestations. Like now I'm imagining them as like ethereal. They're like transparent, like the crows. It's like it's the ravens, like Odin's ravens. Like this is just how you're watched. It's kind of unsettling, actually, but it would work. I like the idea. So what do I need? I need a 2. I need an 8. I need a 2. So any 2s, an 8 and a 6. Two, 8, 8, 6, and 3 again. Okay. We've noticed more and more sightings of nervous gravediggers, and they all seem obsessed with everyone's daily schedule. Uh-oh. And they appear to work for the scavengers. Scavengers are at it again. I would find gravediggers, like the town gravedigger, being very specific about keeping track of everybody's daily schedule would be very concerning to me. But I think the fun angle on this one is not that they're tracking like regular people. I think that they like some of the people in town are dead. And they're trying to determine that. They're trying, like, there's some very well disguised dead people, and they're going to act weird. They're going to do stuff that's strange. And the only way to track that when they start to reveal themselves. Now, how that ties into the scavengers, it feels like maybe they were working for scavengers. Like they were they were digging graves. They were basically providing them bodies, not realizing that these scavengers had something else in mind. Like the scavenger's actually like a necromancer that's, animating them and replacing members of the town. That could work. Kobolds are furiously expanding out of the new moon. The witch knows the attention of the king is only going to make everything worse. Gravedigger also owns a pawn shop. I mean, of course you would, right? Because I mean, you're gonna find some stuff. And then no roll needed. We've noticed more and more sightings of ghoulish creatures, and they all seem obsessed with the local church. And they appear to work for the king. Ghoulish creatures obsessed with the local church. They appear to work for the king. Well, the king's lost it. Yeah, these ghoulish creatures. It's like how long after they show up to town, just being clearly like presenting as these like evil ghoulish creatures, and they're like, "Yep, no, so we're here from the capital city," and it's like, you know, they're like growling and snarling, and it's like, and we need to shut down the church here in town. It's like, no, I don't think we should do that. Like that would be. It's like, what? Well, we've got an official decree right here. Got to do it. The ghouls, the old miners from when the mines were active from before. King renounced the gods and is turning to other religions. Yeah, it feels like they could be impersonating, or maybe the king's been compromised, and now the king is, you know, the king's no better. I like it. So this did kind of become a table or a set of tables to generate just like the strangest little town. I mean, I like it. I think it's interesting. Benevolent undead trying to convince the town everything is fine. The holy ground of the church is the problem. True. But like, yeah, the combination of some of those ideas, I think, could definitely work. Now I just need to figure out how in the heck I'm going to draw any of this. Thanks for all the great ideas, everybody. It was awesome. If you haven't been to these streams before, it's basically we do this. So we try to do it every day. I've missed some days, but we started back in September, so we're honestly, before you know it, we're going to be coming back around to where we started. All the best ideas in here I kind of used as a jumping off point to make my first set of encounter table books. And so I'm going to draw this up, and then I'm going to start working on the next release of books. Hey, friendly, am I doing D&D stuff? Always. So we just came up with a set of tables for creating these kind of like faction groups, and I'm going to try to draw it because it's something I've been practicing. I kind of do this with the so like yesterday's was this set of fortune teller predictions. Day before that it's upside down, but yeah. So I've been kind of working on it. Monster and Hiding. It's like a wizard's tower. Yeah, D&D stuff all the way through. All right, let's see here. Ghoulish creatures, kobold hordes, passionate elders. I could definitely do some like picket signs. Young initiates, and I do have 3 tables, which is rare, so that's gonna take up a little bit of extra room. Kobold, young initiates, stone elemental. That could be kind of fun. Attentive crows, talking trees, nervous gravediggers, sinkholes, the church, the full moon, official decrees, everyone's daily schedule, the baker, reopening the mines. Thanks, Cannon. Sorry, all mice, I missed your question. If you are a brand new watcher, hypothetically, of course, and you are, what do I normally do Is there very before this? This is my channel. Watch this first. I should probably have that at this point, but no, I don't have that type of video. In terms of what I am normally doing on stream, it varies. Lately, it has been kind of encounter tables like this every day and working on the zine. But sometimes I craft. I was actually working on, before stream this morning, a new puzzle, little simple puzzle craft idea. So that might come up here soon after I get the zine out to the door. I like talking about designing one-shots. I have some one-shots that I want to release. Game design. Every so often I play games. I'm a crafter and I'm a painter as a dungeon master, but I don't really talk about those things necessarily. Like sometimes I'll paint miniatures on stream, but those streams are called Every Mini as a character, because for me, painting miniatures is a lot more about, like, when I'm painting a miniature and when I'm doing it on stream, we're talking about what character is behind that miniature, because that's what it is. Like that's what interests me about it. Like, yeah, I try to have some decent techniques and I like using the stuff that I make in my videos and stuff like that. Like, I appreciate it all, but you know, I don't really craft or paint just to craft or paint. It's usually for some kind of game reason. All my sub. I hope you do hang out. Yeah, we tend to be a nice group here. I should get the I should probably, I'm so good at this, right? I don't have a video to explain this to people, and I'm not. I should drop the Discord link. Canon, do I sell the stuff that I craft or paint, like, occasionally? Let's say not yet. It's something that I may dabble with. So if that's something that interests you, definitely sub to the channel. Even potentially my email list, which I never send anything to be clear. I think I've sent like 2 emails to my list ever. But if I was to like make something and make it available for people, then I would certainly shoot that to people. Friendly, you wouldn't mind hearing about some Dungeon Master stuff. You're DMing your first campaign. Nice. Well, is there anything that has you stumped or thinking or wondering or worried? Or because my channel, like, I put out you know, short kind of essays, short videos. That's been sort of my wheelhouse for a while now. And then I'll cut clips out of these streams. And so if you go to like the videos tab on my YouTube page, it's just, pretty much every video has a question in the title, and that's because that's the question that I was answering in the video. So if there are questions that you have, or like topics that you're whatever, I have a bunch of videos there that I just kind of add to as often as I can. Do I exclusively do D&D or also other TTRPGs? So I kind of use D&D collectively, like as the hobby itself, not like a protected, even though mostly what I've run is 5th edition. A little bit outside of that, but not much. Hey T, you bought a printer? Uh-oh. I have such a love-hate relationship with printers. What kind of printer? Epson EcoTank. You know, I was looking at that. before I went with the Brother. Yeah, the Brother printer that I have. I got it specifically because I wanted it to print like the one color zines with. But the EcoTank stuff looked interesting. But I just, man, I still just hate like all printers. They're so annoying. I hope you have a good time with yours. I hope it doesn't get annoying. Hmm. These sorts of oracle tables and random encounter tables interest me a lot as I run, and the game you're making is designed for a West Marches play, which leans into random encounters. Nice. Hey, thanks, friendly. Yeah, my goal for these tables is for them to be system agnostic. So really, like, they could be just used for, you know, creative writing even. make craft videos. There are so many people making craft videos. So many. And nothing, I mean, nothing against that at all. I think it's awesome, but that's true. Nobody can make them like me. Because nobody is me. I know, yeah. The number one thing lately has been actually more miniatures than that, but yeah, that too. What's up, Parade? Good morning to you too. Oh, Parade, I'm gonna finish this page up and then work on the last bit I think I need. Hopefully I can get into some art today for my the next set of zines. What's up, negative levels? That's right. Specific little things. That's right. I like that idea. Hey, Craft. What's happening? I am sort of doodling up the ideas that we just put together, that we just came up with on stream. These 3 tables that we kind of rolled up the most insane little town you could ever imagine, I think. That's what it felt like. A little bit, Parade. Yeah, not a whole lot yet, but a little bit. Cool. Hey, what's up, Yor? You know, my work as a DM. It's very inspiring. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like my stuff. All right. Switch gears here. Switch gears over to these guys. All right. Okay, so where am I at over here? Got a couple little bits of copy I need to finish up, and then I think I can switch into layout mode. So I think we were on, I was on this last night. This guy. Writing up some example roles. That's what we're gonna do. Finish these up. Okay, sure, they lie a lot, but the gossiping feral squirrel is so fun to have around. Plus, their hunch about the identity of the true heir turned out to be true. Sure, they lie a lot, but the shy pickpocket is so fun to have around. Plus, their hunch about the location of the lost treasure turned out to be true. Werewolf sounds like it'd be fun when it comes to getting into really hard to get places. Oh, bootlegger werewolf, sure. Like a dungeon that was well stocked with crazy old bottles of brew, and they use the transformation to go and get back out of the dungeon. Definitely. Sure, they lie a lot, but the jewel smuggler is so fun to have around. Plus, their hunch about the thing living under the city, turned out to be true. Canon, gambling, and D&D, dice or real cards. I mean, I think if you can pull off playing a real game, like changing up the game and trying to do that, I think it's worth doing. But obviously you can, everything you do can be turned into a role, right? If nothing else. I've always wanted to, but I haven't run this yet. But like there are some really kind of like old games that the names are escaping me right now, but like, you know, like games that involve like you know, beads and movement and strategy. There are all these kind of old board games that I've always wanted to pick up a couple of them and then create an option in one of my games or create an arc in one of my campaigns around like convincing somebody to help the party by way of like beating them at this game. So like allowing the players to sort of practice and play it, and then sort of like whoever's best at it like go up against the, you know, whoever they're trying to win over. I always thought that could be kind of a fun idea. Good luck, Parade. Be safe. Um, how good should the players be to give them a pet dragon or like a powerful pet? It was cute at first, exactly. So, trying to think about what generally my strategy is for that sort of thing. I mean, everything's a quest. That's what I would say. So I will very rarely ever just hand things over to the players because I think ultimately that's not going to end up being very satisfying. So if the party or some member of the party is like, I just want a pet, I just want a pet dragon. Well, I'm going to say, ask the world for that, right? Inquire with the characters. You know, I don't say this part, but I'm thinking to myself, you're probably not going to get 3 questions deep into the world of asking for characters. You're going to get a direction to go. You ask the local bartender, and he's going to say dragons. I mean, old man Marley up in the mountains knows about dragons. You could go talk to him. And if you can convince the party, or if the party member can convince, or the party can agree that like, okay, then we're going to go up into the mountains. It's like, okay, well then you plot out what is the, don't think about it as like earning, or do they earn this, or do they get this. Think about it as like, well, what are the reasonable steps that would make sense in your world? Whereas, well, if the party did A and then B and then 1, 2, 3, then yeah, they could conceivably do that. It's not going to be without complications. And obviously there's a mechanical component to this too, right? Like how involved are they in combat? Are you adding a member to the party? I would say they can do it as soon as they, like if the party, I mean, my default for all of this is I don't think that there's any right or wrong answer as to like leveling and like when is it appropriate, but like probably when the party is starting out, they're going to be in a relatively safe part of the world, right? Like unless you're starting at like 10th level, like they're probably nice and cozy in their starting town or wherever they're beginning. So whatever it takes, whatever lengths they have to go to get a dragon, it's not going to be in the safe confines of their small town. Otherwise, because part of the question is like, look around, like, does everybody have a pet dragon? Is that a normal thing in your world? If it is, then okay, but probably not, right? Probably that's a pretty rare thing. So just by nature of like where they would have to go, and there might be multiple locations, just by nature of what they may need to learn, and then like the favors they may have to pull, or maybe the expense, what it might cost them, like all of those things could be limiting factors, right? Oh yeah, dragon, I can get you a dragon. They're talking to a smuggler. I can get you a dragon. I can do it for you cheap too. It's only going to cost you 16,000 gold, right? Like, all of those, the scale of all that stuff is going to be dependent on your game and how you generally do that. But at a bare minimum, I would probably say, it's going to be in a big city. There are only a couple of those in my world at any given time, in like a dark market, like paying a smuggler to arrange that. And that's going to be dangerous, right? Because now you're in the city, you're in a dangerous part of town, you're flashing money and making deals with people that like, can you really trust them? That's going to be one road you could go down. Or it's going to be like, there's a dragon cult up in the mountains, but I mean, they're not looking to give it up, but they probably have something like that. Or like, doing a favor, getting in good graces with, I mean, probably not going to get in good with any kobolds, but I could imagine like some druids potentially, or somebody who's like well attuned to magic and doing enough favors for them. It's like, well, there's a wizard that lives near the coast that seemingly always had good relationship with dragons. Maybe you can, but it's like, okay, you go to it's not like the wizard's going to open his door and say, sure, a bunch of level 4s, what can I do for you? So the best thing you can do for a group that's interested in something like that is to figure out what you're willing to part with. What do the breadcrumbs look like? So for me, like if somebody says, hey, I want a dragon. It's like, okay, well, they might ask somebody and they're like, well, I don't have a dragon's egg to sell you, but I can give you this book on dragons, and that book on dragons might, maybe they can roll during downtime and learn things about these dragon locations that we've been talking about, right? These different ideas that we're throwing out there. And maybe then there are things that they can do to the, I mean, it depends how much you want to draw it out, but I think whatever the path is, there should be reasonable steps that they can take to get to their goal. And from there, it's just all about how you stat it up, right? Is it it's going to be a baby dragon, young dragon, and even that for me would depend on whether they want to use it in combat. If they don't want to use their pet in combat, I don't really care. As soon as they do, okay, well now, it's fair game, right? This pet can be attacked, and it's a different story. What's up? Blind 2071. Welcome to the stream. All mice, a dragon knows that humans get unreasonably attached to babies and cute things, so they work with their kobolds to magpie their kids into adventuring groups. True. Could be that. Tired sailors retired because the last trip in on an island with strange ruins. The meaning of those ruins implanted themselves in his mind. Yeah, probably. We shouldn't trust them. But the barkeep's pet ooze, it's still fun to have around. Plus, their hunch about the way to heal the crops turned out to be true. Hopefully within the week. Just depends how long it takes for me to finish some of the art and layout. But so hopefully real soon. What's up, Henry? Any tips for playing with a new player and being a new DM? I mean, a lot, tons. You know, remember at the end of the day that everything can be resolved with a dice roll. As long as everybody agrees, you say, hey, how about I roll strength, you roll strength, and that determines, whatever. You don't want to get, in my opinion, you don't want to get lost in the rules. You're not going to know them when you start out. You're still not going to know them all when you are experienced too. There's tons of rules I don't know, especially around player stuff. That's okay. The game's not really about the rules. The rules are there to trick adults into using their imaginations to have fun together. So as long as you keep that in mind, I think you'll be fine. I am going to go refresh my coffee. I'll be right back. Trainee has potential, but they might need a better mentor than their weird relative can be, especially since they taught them how to bend. Cietas. Good one. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Okay. Trainee has potential, but they might need a better mentor than a banished traitor can be, especially since they taught them how to pick a lock. What's up, Connor? It goes well. I've got this one and two more pages of like example rolls to punch out, and then I'm gonna do my kind of initial layout. I still have most of the art to do, but honestly, like content, getting like basically content final is a big deal. And then I can, really dive into the art and try to get all of the text written. I'm almost there. So end of June, July. I mean, I'm terrible at predicting these sorts of things, but here's the thing. Along with working on this set of zines, the other part of this process has been working on how to make like what the pipeline. The first ones that I made, it was chaotic and crazy. And for a while working on the next set was chaotic and crazy. And so even just like I've been trying to figure out like, okay, how do I make this a regular thing? How do I make sure that, okay, as long as I'm, working in this way and moving them through at this pace, then this should be reasonable. So I'm excited to restart that process again, that I've been kind of toying with this time around, and see if that helps. So I'm excited about it. Hey, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Trust me, I'm as excited as anybody to see. I mean, I think there's some really neat stuff in here. This is the first time with these where I've had multiple, even just like example roles where I'm just like, it's just funny. Like there's just some really funny combos in here once we were dealing with characters and magic items and stuff. Yeah, so I'm excited to get these out the door, and because then as soon as it's out, I can start using them, add those to my rotation of my the example roll videos I've been putting out, because sooner or later I'll run out of my existing zine and have to double back. That's no good. I mean, it's fine because there's lots to roll on, but still. I realized I remember only. It was nice. Getting to see the cool artwork. Oh yeah, those two. Right. Yep. Yeah, those are new. Which is just another experiment to see how that goes and see what else I can do with those, because now I'm able to do like members only videos like across all the platforms that I publish to, which is really nice. So I can sort of test and keep. That's kind of how I like publishing stuff anyway. So, what's up, Ryan? How's the brew? The brew's good. Can't complain. I'm just writing up some example roles. For instance, the trainee has potential, but they might need a better mentor than an arcane smuggler can be. Especially since they taught them how to deal a knockout punch. Weird relative could have in-law vibes, branches, story. The smuggler got the kid a ring, and store contains shows the kid runs around slowly charges being released in one big blast. It's a good idea. It's probably better than my idea. Oh, it's okay. I don't even know Dresden Files, so I didn't steal it from nothing. Training has potential, but they might need a better mentor than a thrill-seeking fisher can be, especially since they taught them how to spend counterfeit gold. Expects us to dredge up all kinds of weird nonsense or just stamp it with something old looking. True. Trini won't stick around long, says his aunt showed him how to spend fake gold, right? Once she finishes the lesson, he'll realize. Soul does more than its weight. Mm-hmm. I like that idea too. Yep, good luck. Good luck, all mice. Sounds good. We'll catch you another time. I'm here most days. See ya. Trinity's potential. It's literally Back to the Future. Thanks for Wish. It's going great. Training has potential, but they might need a better mentor than a furtive gravedigger can be, especially since they taught them how to speak a sinister language. Training has potential, but they might need a better mentor than a conniving guild leader can be, especially since they taught them how to impersonate a noble. Conniving guild leader, impersonate. Devoted followers. We've noticed more and more sightings lately of crowds gathering, and they seem obsessed with specific little things. They appear to work for someone special. Actually, did a three table day. Oh, well, thank you. Suppose I should do them all in the same orientation, huh? But I think tomorrow I'm going to try to remember to use 2 colors. I think I liked the red and the yellow. I need to start picking multiple colors. This technically was like a blue and a gray, but it got some dirty roller pink thrown in. But yeah, it's a work in progress. It's coming together. I'm excited to hopefully start drawing some stuff for the zine here today. I'm going to hire you because we better mentor than a vapid stage performer can be, especially since they taught them how to wield a blade. Oh yeah, that was a fun idea. I would agree. Oh, good timing. Also, because it's probably not safe to be up on the roof when it's pouring, right? Right. Well, I would hope so. Worth it. Yeah, the idea is that kind of on top of everything else, it's an extra roll that you can do. So in this case, like, that family is very important. They can even, let's just take ones on both of them. So the family is very important. They can ask favors of the council, so they're very powerful. Rumor has it that power costs them every firstborn child. So they're influential, but they're sort of a cursed family. And then if you wanted more, this would be at the bottom of the page, kind of in the margin where there's just room, and I decided to add bonus rolls. They were once, and then you could roll. They were poor, they were famous, they were conjured, or they were tricked. Or this other one, their ability, whatever it is, came from a djinn, came from a about a sea god, ocean god, came from a dream, came from a priest. Enchanted meal. Don't mind that. How about a Fey meal? Fey meal, ocean god, a dream, a shop. Cool. Okay. No, I'm good with that. Give me a second. Oh. Spirits. What's up, Horror Studios 7? Welcome to the stream. See you, Wish. Have a good one. I just realized how much of my streams are composed of me saying hello and goodbye. It must happen a lot. Yeah, I mean, people come and go, right? It is what it is. One of the I've seen new people to streaming. It's just one of those things that you have to, like, before really anybody hung out consistently, before people came back, like I think I pretty much streamed to nobody for like a year. Like you get pretty comfortable with the idea of like, okay, I think sometimes you know, I'm a small streamer for sure, but at the same time I'm not a new streamer. Like there's probably a, I mean, I've never done the math, but there's probably, you know, 50, 60 people by name that roll through here at any given time, right? If all those people came every time, all the time, then there'd be you know, that'd be a pretty decent crowd. So, but I don't mind streaming to basically nobody. But sometimes I see brand new folks like get it in their head that like they need to have people. And it's like the trick to streaming is you just have to be comfortable talking to yourself, talking to nobody, and just, you know, holding down the fort, you know. If you can do that for long enough and be moderately interesting and get better at it and stuff, then yeah, you can do it. It's just it's a long road, you know. You have to be sure that whatever you're doing, you're gonna still be passionate about. Otherwise, it would not be fun. Spirits or grass at the power cost. Seems nice having a smaller community while still cultivating high traffic through your posted content. I mean, numbers were never my goal. They obviously help, but numbers that aren't like effective, like people get bent out of shape about their numbers and they grumble about YouTube and all the algorithms and stuff like that. But I mean, all that they're trying to do, the algorithms are mapped to people, right? That's what they're written for. So you can be frustrated with people, but ultimately all these algorithms are trying to do is find an effective group of people. Like, you know, if all of a sudden we 10x'd the people watching my videos, odds are that would tank the reception of those videos. It would be a lot of people not interested in the content. So over time, right? The goal is to have an effective audience, right? Like what I want is to have the right community and the right audience for my content so that when I make something and I want to sell something, I can put it in front of those people and they're going to buy it. And I don't need, you know, 1 million subscribers for that, right? And I think part of the trap of YouTube and TikTok and other places is that people get in their minds that like content is it. And, you know, for some people that can work, but if you make content the means by which you run your business, if you say, okay, I want to make videos, the point of those videos is to prove that I'm, you know, a reliable whatever I am, and therefore I can do this work that I do. If you make it a means of something else, you don't need, you know, it's the same thing as having it's like, do you need 100,000 people on an email list? No. If you have 1,000 people on an email list that actually open up what you send them, right? Like that's going to be, so I to some extent, I feel like there's just, it's the key to the content game sometimes for, I think, folks is you need to make something you care about. You need to have a product you want to sell people or a service that you want to sell people and not merch, you know. Hey, what's up, yo? Happy to be in the stream. How do I encourage my players to not solve every encounter with combat? Hey, thanks for buying the book. You joined the Discord? Good stuff. Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for the support. Well, it does tend to be a combat-heavy game. Most of the rules are for combat. Yeah, it's true. You know, you can create a scenario where combat can't be the solution, which could be good or bad, depending on the group and how frustrated they would be with that. I'll often put my players in a situation where what they have to do is puzzle themselves out, and they can't just brute force their way. Told a story a couple of times before about putting my party in a clockwork dungeon where the rooms kind of rotated and moved around. And some of them were like, great, I take my hammer and I'm going to bang my way through the wall. We're going to get in between the walls. And it's like, you know, we ran it down and we did the rolls, and it's like, you can't just like, these are stone walls. These are metal walls. You can't just break them open. But like, that's that player tendency. It's like, I should be able to roll the dice and smash my way to success. And it's like, well, no, this one, you're going to need it. You could be clever about it. You could do other things, but you're going to need to figure out how this place works, or this is always an option, turn around and leave. Right. So one option is certainly to give them mechanically a situation where they sort of have to solve it through means other than combat. You can also give them, you know, another, you know, social encounters. So like, I can imagine a party that is not necessarily the ones who are going to be like, hey, let's convince the goblins that they should be chill and we're on their side. Like, I understand, like, not every group is going to be that creative. So let's assume that it's just not something that your party's thought much about. Maybe they should be visited by somebody who's like, listen, I'm aware of what you guys are doing. I've been watching you. I've got people outside. People in very high places are not happy with this. You guys need to convince me that, you'll work with us going forward. Whatever the social thing is, create a situation that's while being a source of conflict is not, well, maybe that would be too much conflict and they would just like draw a sword. They could be visited by it could be visited. It's like my mechanical dungeon thing. They could be visited by effectively like the ghost or like a Star Wars hologram of somebody. Give them a charisma puzzle. Give them a conversation puzzle that they can't swing a sword at. Right? It's impossible for them to swing a sword at. Now maybe they'll just smash the delivery device. And okay, no more sending stone. Now we're not having that conversation, and that's a different sort of thing. That's a different level of frustration. It's like, okay, we can design and bend the game in such a way to make things, to encourage different types of gameplay. Not to say that they have to play that way, but to kind of encourage playing in a more creative way. If they're gonna just like dig their heels in completely, then it's like a good news, bad news thing, right? Good news is you probably don't have to spend any time thinking about how to make the game more creative for them because they are not going to be interested in it. The bad news is that, well, they're not going to be interested in that. And you might have to save those ideas for a different group. A lot of what I just described is kind of stick, right? And the carrot and stick. You can also use a carrot. So I don't know if this is an exact parallel, but I've had a couple of scenarios like this, a couple of encounters where I sort of provide it's almost like it's like a number or like a sliding scale. I give the players a group of, like, in this the example that I'm thinking of is their guild was sort of splitting in half, and they had to convince the remaining members of the guild to side with them and not to side with the enemy, right? Because the guild was being split down the middle. And I just told them, like, so here's that rogue that you recruited, here's the bard that you recruited, here's an animal handler, like, here's all these ones. Here's how they all feel about you. Here's, this one is not feeling great about you right now. This one is interested in what you have to say, like, kind of giving them insight across the board and kind of laying out that this is a certain type of puzzle. And I said, in order to get any of these folks to side with you, you just have to convince them. And that person is going to be harder to convince. That person is going to be easier. But for all of them, you have to say the right stuff. You have to, it's almost like walking them through, what was needed. And obviously they could just like blow it off and like, we're not going to recruit anybody. But if they're interested in what they could get out of it, right? If the party is given a couple of characters, let's say at the end of an arc or at the end of an adventure, you put a couple of characters in front of them and say, hey, both of these characters really appreciated you helping save the mines or run off the goblins or, recover the treasure, or whatever it is that you did. And this one is an arcane librarian. They have a whole bunch of books. They want to set up a library in town. And this other one is they're a swordsman, and they want to, bring some weapons and train you up and give you some more skills in fighting in that way. But only one of them can really leave this community. The other one needs to stay back, and it's up to you guys to, and at least like having those conversations and like kind of convincing somebody to come with them, or giving them a character like that and saying, if you were to convince this character, they could come with you. If you convince both of them, great. And then, you can sort of tease out what it is they're each interested in. And maybe the problem is that these two characters hate one another, so they're not interested in coming together, right? But at least you're getting them into that mindset. And maybe if you do that a couple of times, there might be the players might be a little bit more willing the next time around to consider, well, what's the disposition of this person that we're about to draw swords with? Or do we think that this is like last time where maybe we could talk our way out of it? And it's a tough one because players don't like backing down from fights. It's really rare, in my experience, that any party wants to run away from a thing. I do have players that will do that, but it's not common. They see that as failure, and also they see like persuasion or non-combat as running away, as a failure. Like that's a tricky thing, and you almost have to just, I guess it's practice, it's examples. I mean, I can think of a really lame way to do it, which is to sort of a couple of times I've used things like dream sequences or illusions, kind of, to sort of create a facsimile of what's going on, right? So it's almost like we leave the room that the fighting is that the conversation is happening in, and we're gonna exist in this sort of representative space where it is like combat, but the combat is representative of something else that's going on in the dream or in the illusion or whatever in the real world. But that doesn't really accomplish it, right? The goal is you want people to have like a multifaceted experience, and you want them to consider all their options, all their alternatives. It's funny to mention this one last. I should probably mention it first, but I'd also even just talk to the players, be like, hey, do you guys feel like you can do this? Like, I want to make sure that you guys feel like you have an option to explore other ways to solve things, and that you don't think that I'm just giving you only combat scenarios. Like, there are other things you can do to, solve this kind of stuff. It might just be worth a conversation or two. I think I only skipped that because that's always like, I think that's a presumed answer. It's like, yeah, talk to the players, whatever your people are asking me for advice. It's like, yeah, you could just ask your group, text them or whatever and see what they say. Evan, thanks for the share. Appreciate that. But it's a tricky thing. I mean, the game D&D or whatever, unless you're playing a specific variant of the game, and I include like all the different TTRPGs, as there are other games you can play that lean more heavily into, charisma, persuasion, conversation type of stuff. It would be nice if there were a few more rules core to D&D that made that kind of stuff easier to do, because I think sometimes people aren't necessarily sure what they can do. They're like, oh well, we can lie, we can roll deception, or we can persuade, or we can intimidate, like, but even that mode of thinking is very character sheet focused. It's like, put the character sheet away, think about, like, it's a different strategy, it's a different way to think, and not every player wants to do that. Some players just want to roll dice, swing sword. Hey Dane, it's funny how talk to your players feels like. Have you tried turning it off and back on again? I was on a D&D podcast not too long ago, although I should check and go on it again. I really appreciated that they sort of prefaced before we recorded. They're like, as we're talking about stuff, just skip over any answer you would give that would involve like session 0 or talking to players or doing whatever. They're like, we've just assume that we've talked all those things out, and it's not about. We're gonna skip over that part, because I do think it becomes a little bit of the kind of like what you're saying. It's sort of the redundant, like, okay, just covering bases here. Like, have you done this? Because it's a lot more interesting to talk about the design, the approach to the design of these sorts of designing our way to these solutions, that is more interesting, even though if you jump to those design solutions without talking to your players first, it's kind of a waste, right? I think the reason people mention it so often is because it's like, well, please do this first. If you haven't done this other design related stuff is going to be less effective. But it does become like, need to make a sticker, have a t-shirt that just says like, okay, you talk to your players, right? Okay, good. Boring advice, moving on, next. Yeah. Yeah, the carrot and stick examples were more interesting for sure. And you find putting an injured or trapped minion does provide a space for role-playing interaction. Yeah, well, not to that. I like that too. Not to toot my zine horn, which is a phrase I immediately regret. But I think that's what I like so much about the first. It was the first daily encounter that I ever did, and also the first encounter in the first zine that I released is called Knock Knock, It's Me, the Goblin Outside. Because I think that premise of there's a goblin who is sort of, you know, it sounds weird because they're a goblin, so it's not that they're humbling themselves, but that they're knocking at the door and just like asking for help is such a, it's a quaint situation or it's a quirky, like, so what do they want? Like, it's one goblin, the party's gonna at least listen to them, right? Like that it's not really tension. Like you're saying, it almost like give them something that's like they're so overpowered against that at least they'll hear them out, right? If the party doesn't feel threatened by the single goblin with his foot in a trap, they might actually talk to him. Exactly. Yeah. Maybe they'll at least get their name before they do something horrible. And that curiosity can lead to, I think, lots of interesting things. I mean, there are some ideas in the zine, but everybody, there's a million possibilities. That family is very important. They can even afford to feed the town. Rumor has it that power cost them every firstborn child. Well, thanks, Dane. I appreciate that. I've been enjoying making them. It's very important. They can even conjure ghostly protection. Rumor has it that power costs them any and all good luck. Got defy death. Got communicate with spirits. And they conjure elementals. This is why we do the samples. Hey, yo, thanks for the great answer. No problem. One more, though. How do you feel about the show don't tell advice when it comes to lore dropping and developing? When is it okay to just tell the party lore instead of show? Oof. Well, as I answer this, keep in mind I put in a lot of work to show and not tell. So I'm trying to think of like when I tell, because even so here's how I'll tell. Here's like the only way that I'm willing to tell is through characters in the world. If the party wants to know things, I find it just a little bit dangerous. Dangerous? I find it a little bit, yeah, I mean it's dangerous in a sense, but I don't like the level of confidence that it bestows to the party if I tell them things about the world. Because if I tell them things about the world, then they are true. And I kind of don't want my world to work that way. I want everything that they believe about the world to be cut by, well, that's according to such and such, or that's because so and so told us, or that's as much as we trust, blah, blah, blah. Or like, did we, I because that feels more real. That feels more, obviously, like, give them a map and I tell them the town that they're in and like the base level, necessities to function in the world. But once it comes down to, even like, I guess I feel a lot more free to speak about like the lore coming from a character in the world than I do as me. And that could just be because when I'm on the side of things where I'm being told things, I don't find it interesting. I don't find it interesting to be told lore. I just don't care. Like, I'm curious about, like character backgrounds and stuff like that of my players. But if I'm a player in a game and a DM is like, all right, so listen, so the thing you got to know about the Fae Court is that, about 1,000 years ago, the Fae Court, they had a big tussle with like the druids on the material plane, and so they formed a treaty, and the deal, the way that the deal worked is that like I'm thinking about other stuff, because it, and I think it is just as simple as I just don't like, why should I care? Like, that could be interesting, that could all be awesome, but unless it's grounded in an experience that I can have in the game, and maybe I'm a maybe in that way I'm a bad player, but in that sense that's the crowd that I'm playing to, is the part of my brain that's like, I'm bored, who cares, where's the game? Whereas if we put the lore in the game, and the lore explains itself through the world, and you find you stumble upon a fey, a terrified fairy because one of the players is a druid, and you have to tease that out in a conversation. The party might do the thing where they go, hey, do I know anything about this? It's like, well, sure, let's roll a history check. And it's like, well, and if you do know it, then I'm attaching that information to, you were told stories by your circle when you were younger about a feud a long time ago between, like, a long-standing feud between, like, the druids of the material plane and those of the Fey realm. Like, that's just, when it comes out that way, I feel like it's a lot more impactful. It's tied to the characters. It's now part of their story as much as it's part of the world story. But most importantly, the players have the information when it matters. Because the tough part about delivering lore outside of a show situation, outside of like the world grounding that, is that you just run the risk of giving information that the players don't care about, or that doesn't matter to them. And that kind of sucks to think about or to hear, because it's our lore and we care so much about it and stuff. But it's like, well, yeah, but it's not a book, right? Or it's not like an audio book. Like the reason, the deal being made at the table is that they'll entertain our world, assuming that we can provide it in the sort of bite-sized chunks that allow them to play it. And then it's interesting, and then it becomes something that they're a part of too. And so, yeah, there are probably little bits here or there, extremely small bits of lore that I would find it would be like palatable and okay. But for the most part, like, it's too risky. I don't want people to be bored when it comes to learning about the world. I think that's like a terrible place to be in. In the game, just to be there at the table and to feel like, oh shoot, nobody cares right now. Like I've lost them. Like that's not a good place to be in. And if you hint at things, if you find ways to sort of point to the lore in the world, and the party asks the question, even if you have to help them, I mean, you don't have to. Some DMs will just give these answers above table, which is lame, but that's fine if you want to. But for me, like, even if I have to direct them to like, oh, that's an interesting question, can you ask that character about it? Like, ask somebody in the world. My players get pretty well trained on like asking the world about it. Now you've got this perfect delivery system for lore, right? Where you can give it to them within a context that doesn't have to be completely accurate, in a situation where they're the ones asking, which means to some extent they're interested, even if they think they just need a little bit of it to solve this thing. And if they're bored by the answer, you can blame it on that character they were talking to. They can be like, okay, that guy sucks. But it's not the lore of the game. It's not you, the DM. It's just that one particular interaction they soured on, Dane, the narrator voice gets ignored by players, whereas the character voices are paid attention to. Yeah, I would agree. Assuming that the conversation is tied to the players getting something done that they want done, assuming that it's tied to something that the players already care about, then you're golden, right? Like I said, it's you can probably do it as a DM. I just don't have a whole lot of experience doing that, except with, here's the one caveat, where I'm more likely to answer as the DM if I have like beginner players, or if I'm running for like kids or something like that. It's like I'm not going to be like an asshole. Like it's a game. We're rolling dice. We're all here at the table. It's not that I'm not here, but once you get past that kind of the initial confusion phase and people are asking, I'm going to find ways to encourage, like, even if I do it for the players, like if the players ask me through like just natural course of like, oh, I asked this, I'd be like, I might prompt like, oh, is that a question that you've asked the such and such character, or I might just jump in as that character and start answering their question, just to sort of encourage that that's the flow that it should be. But the less experienced you are with the game, the less I'm gonna, point to that probably. Good questions. Thanks for the questions. Thoughtful stuff. That family is very important. They can conjure guardian elementals. What? What? I am working on the last few bits of copy that I need to write for my next zine, or the next 2 books. So I've got just a couple more 100 words to write, and then I can move into the layout and illustration phase, which should be really fun this time around. The first set of little books that I put out was really uncomfortable, because the last thing that I thought that I would ever make as my first first thing that I printed and self-published, the last thing I ever expected would be something that had my own artwork in it. I was not guessing that would be the case. But then once I realized that if I just bite the bullet on this, if I draw my own stuff, that I can make this whole thing myself. I don't have to include anybody else at all. Not to say that I don't want to, but it's certainly easier if I could just completely rely on myself. And so doing that for the first 2 books was me very much outside of my comfort zone. But since then, both with drawing every day on stream, I do little kind of animation doodles more often in my videos and stuff like that. So I've gotten a lot more comfortable with it. So I'm excited now to practice some illustration for this set, because I think I've gotten a lot better than I was, and a lot more comfortable, which is half the battle, really. Oh yeah, thank you. Rogue Book inspired to make a similar game. It was a big hit. That's awesome. That's great. Oh, I had to stop myself this morning. Early in the morning is usually when I'm working on videos and stuff before I work on other stuff. And I found a new type of I'm working on a video. And in it's funny how this stuff happens sometimes, because in the video I wanted to give an example of a puzzle that you could do. I was like, well, hypothetically you could do a puzzle like this that involved this, and giving the players something like this. And then while writing it, I was like, oh, well, I could actually make a prop. And then as I'm kind of thinking about that, I'm like, oh, this could actually be, I should really make this. This is a really cool thing that I should make. It's this might even be something that I handcraft and make available for people. But then I had to stop myself after a while. I'm like, okay, I got to finish my zine first, and I can look at the new puzzle prop idea. But yeah, this stuff has been really fun and different and new for me. But I want to get back into making some props. What's up, HM? Has the campaign you're working on started, or is this pre-campaign prep? Neither. This is actually for a product. So these tables are I made this set of books. These two books. These little zines, I don't know, whatever you want to call them. These little pocket-sized things, and it's full of basically prompts with like tables you can roll on, and it's kind of for idea generation for D&D. So I made these a couple of months ago, and I'm working on the next set. So that's what I've been finishing up the last bit of writing to do, and then I can move into doing the layout and the art. It's kind of pre campaign work, because sometimes I roll ideas here and I'm like, shoot, I don't know, that's a campaign I want to run. But that family is very important. They can even trade with the High Court. Rumor has it that power costs them every happy memory. Family is very important. They can even jump between the planes. Or has the power cost them their ability to lie? They can ask favors of the council. Oh, thanks, Dane. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy them. This is zine work. Maeve. You're safe. Pretty dang close. Pretty dang close. So this is the second to last one. Now, the last one. Everyone in town always laughed at their peculiar trait, but the town stopped laughing when they did that thing. Oh yeah, Dane. That's my wife. That's Ashley. She knows. She's probably asking when she peeks in, because if I'm prepping for a session that she's going to play in, she doesn't want to know. She doesn't want to be sold secrets or told secrets. And she's excited for me to finish this round of the zines, as am I. Hey, Nana. It's just an extra roll that you can roll if you'd like to roll it. So, so everyone in town always laughed at their peculiar trait, but the town stopped laughing when they did that thing. So this is like somebody being mocked, someone being, yeah, I bet. Could be, maybe. Yeah, I saw the pictures you've been posting. That's pretty cool, Data. I have a windmill that I never finished. Sitting up on my shelf. I even got the silly part is I stopped as soon as I got like the whatever the things are that'll actually allow the spinning to happen. I got that and then moved on to a different project. Awesome. I think this is the last set of example rules that I have to do. Let's power through. Me too. And the ones after it, which I also have planned. But one at a time. Paintings. No, colors I'm doing one at a time, but I'm trying to transition a little bit, right? Go from color to color. Also, that way I don't stock up on a whole bunch of paper before I'm ready to produce them. That would get a little bit silly. Purple and green are your favorite combination of colors. Nice. You might have to mix and match to get those exactly, but we'll get there. Probably going to crash it all. Probably. Told you I'd probably crash it. How did I know? Still there, still there. Good deal. I've noticed that on top of all of the other wonderfully terrible things about live streaming on Instagram is that Instagram can only handle a live stream that's a few hours long, and then it just crashes. So to fix it, I can correct it. But when I do, there's about a 70% chance that it'll just crash my whole stream, which is what happened. Yep. That's what happens. That's okay, though. You know what? No big deal. The things I do to have an Instagram live stream up. It's just because I care. Outlandish dreams combined with survived the hangman's noose. Yikes. 11. Frenzied. Writing and came the new sheriff. Uh-oh. Need to dig holes. Scale the decay tower. And undiluted riddles with summon the dead elders. Famous, please, please. Fantastical costume. Okay, agent. Makes sense. And Dual Master and 1. Obsession. Bandit King. Everyone in town always laughed at their absurdly long hair, but the town stopped laughing when they summoned the dead elders. How did they do that? I will think about how they did that as I refresh my coffee. Be right back. What's up, Balins? How's it going, Harry? When did it turn digital? Not sure what you mean. Everyone in town always laughed at their absurdly long hair. The town stopped laughing. They summoned the dead elders. Everyone in town always laughed at their crude paintings, but they stopped laughing. They predicted the king's demise. Hey, Cannon. Sure thing. You have a good one. See ya. Everyone in town always laughed at their childish mood swings, but the town stopped laughing when they joined the Fey court. Everyone in town always laughed at their outlandish dreams, but the town stopped laughing when they survived the hangman's noose. Still alive, still here. Yeah. Do I ever dream that I'm streaming or about people in the chat? No. I've had such bad sleep habits since I was young that it's rare that I ever dream. It happens, but it doesn't happen very often. Yeah, really. Yep. I seem like a well-rested, organized person. All right. That's what I'm talking about. The town always laughed at their frenzied writing, but the town stopped laughing when they became a new sheriff. Yeah, true. I just so happen to be writing about dreams, but Is it your dream to ever have a dream as wonderful as the ones you use? TTRPG inspiration. Have you ever had a dream where you wish that you could, when you wish you could, when you could wish you could do anything? Correct. I gave it a shot. No, I mean honestly, the funny thing is, like, maybe this isn't much of a surprise. I don't know. It's hard to always have a good sense of myself in contrast to what you guys think or see of me. But outside of like D&D and this kind of, imagination land that I like to play in, I'm a pretty straightforward, like, down to earth person. So I don't spend um yeah, I kind of always have been. Well, not being parasocial. I have to, like, because you guys, what's like, based on the version of me that you guys get to know, because this isn't me. This is a kind of me. This is a part of me, but like, there's a whole other me that you guys don't know. So it's like, okay, from what you guys know, would you guys make the, he seems like a dreamer? It's like, no, I think I come across probably pretty straightforward, pretty It's true. We're all clearly very good friends. That's psh, I'll be over later. Everyone in town always laughed at their need to dig holes. Scale to decay power. What? What? How do I square that? Berry scale to decay tower. Need to dig holes. Scale to decay tower. Only. When town was left to their convoluted riddles, but the town stopped laughing. They summoned the dead elders. Two. We've used two. Two was up here. Two. So 3. Okay, change that to 3. No, shoot. Yeah, that's 6. YouTube made it harder to use your phone and come back. You've watched ads like 6 times. I'm sorry. Would Twitch be easier? I honestly don't know. I've not. I know that YouTube gets really aggressive with me anytime I have like not enough like storage space on my phone, and it gets really kind of greedy, but that's only because it's always filled with video footage from my stinking videos. Okay. Where do we find ourselves? True. Yeah, that's fair. Cool. So cool. are you talking about like way in the future? I don't know. Who knows? This is Adobe InDesign, which I know, but it's been a minute, so now I'm like reteaching myself. It takes a minute. Too bold. Better bold. True. Pink pages. Yeah, it's in design. It's okay. You'd be surprised. That's fair. That's a fair assessment. Hold on, be right back. That sounds fun, Construct. Hey, Jed. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Over in Instagram chat. Thanks for saying so. Hey, Sluggish. Oh, it's coming along. It's coming along. You know, it's one of those things that seems like it'll never be done, and then all of a sudden, all at once, it's done. That's just how it goes. Hey, don't give us too much credit. We roll dice and play make believe. hey, cool kid. Yeah. Yep. This is for the next zine. Just setting up all the layouts, which are, of course, very specific to fit everything where it needs to go. We can make a website of this in the future. I don't know. I'll probably work on some other websites first. Okay. I think I'm going to call it. I've got some other stuff I got to get done. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. It's good news that we are in the layout phase. That's one of the last phases that there even is. So, exciting stuff. Everybody take it easy, and I'm sure I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Cool. Cool. Probably not. Probably not this evening. See you. Hey, thank you guys. It's fun hanging out and chatting. Good luck with your stuff.